Call this meeting to order, please. Okay, do we have any public comments on closed session items? No? Okay. Then I will adjourn to closed session. We'll be back shortly. Board meeting. Public, yeah, I know. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, Mr. Nava is still out, and he will be back shortly, we hope. Okay. All right. This is few minutes after 7, I'd like to start this meeting. We have 6 board members here. Mr. Nava is still out. Logan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, I was about to. Hand over your heart. Ready? Salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody.
Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Young, you take my closed session. Oh. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. Okay, items for the closed session. Ms. McFarland motion, Mr. Porter seconded, and the board approved amended claim number 631121.01 by a vote of 6 yes, 0 no, and 1 absent. Second item was a conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation. Claim Dr. Ball and motion, and Mr. Stroh seconded, and the board approved claim 631121.03 by a vote of 6 yes, 0 no, and 1 absent. Conference with legal counsel, claim number 633432, Mr. Stroh motion, Ms. Alexander seconded, and the board approved the claim by a vote of 6 yes, 0 no's, and 1 absent. And continuing, Mr. Porter motion, Ms. Alexander seconded, and the board approved case number SPE 2024-01 by a vote of 6 yes, 0 no's, 1 absent. And finally, Dr. Ball motion, and Mr. Stroh seconded, and the board approved a placement of non-public school students, numbers 28 and 31, by the following: 6 yes, 0 no, and 1 absent. And that takes care of that. And then I would also, the board has tentatively determined the following in closed session. Improvement to management salary schedule to reflect salary improvement in alignment with the district's proposal to other employee groups for the 23-24 school year. The district proposes the following effective July 1st, 2023, a 5% on salary schedule, master's and doctoral stipend to equal that of the Lodi Education Association. Number 3, in addition, one-time off-salary schedule payment of $1,097,528 to be divided equally amongst all management employees. And number 4, formal action items will be brought to the next board meeting on February 20th, 2024. Okay, moving on to, we have a recognition for Mr. Lars Lundgren. Is he here? Come on up. And Mr. Young, would you go through?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Knack said, members of the board, this is a board proclamation recognizing the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCCLA, as you can see on their shirts. The national nonprofit family-focused intracurricular student organization for family and consumer sciences students through grade 12 helps youth assume their roles in society through family and consumer sciences education in the area of personal growth, family life, college readiness, career exploration, leadership, and community involvement. The Board of Lodi Unified School District recognizes the week of February 12th through 16th, 2024 as National FCCLA Week in Lodi Unified School District and urges all citizens to acquaint themselves with the activities and values of family, career, and community leaders of America, to show interest in and provide support and encouragement to the students who are working to achieve knowledge and experience that will help prepare them for future responsibilities as active and concerned adult members of society. Congratulations on this recognition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Ms. Young, you have a report for us? Superintendent's report?
Yes, I do. Mr. Knackstead, members of the board, I would like to share a congratulations to Middle College High School. They scored as the first place overall team and county champions of the 43rd annual San Joaquin County Academic Decathlon. The team received a plaque in possession of the Dave Sargent Perpetual Winners Cup for the next year. They have also earned the right to represent San Joaquin County in the state championships. I would also like to point out that the team from McNair High School did take second place as well. So congratulations to them. I would also like to point out that this week marks the kickoff to the Kindness Challenge in all of our kindergarten, well, preschool, kindergarten through 8th grade schools district-wide. Next week, the challenge will be for our K-8 students across the district to do a combined 100,000 acts of kindness in our schools and community. I look forward to hearing about the outcome of this great kindness challenge. And finally today, Coffee with the Superintendent was held at House of Coffees in Lodi. So far, I have been able to meet with community members in Stockton and Lodi, and it has been a great opportunity to connect with a wide range of people. I have one final day set aside for the greater Lockford area and look forward to once again connecting with that community. I look forward to sharing what our community shared with our Board of Education. Thank you. I have nothing else to share.
Thank you.
Except we don't have power!
Grow up.
Who grows up? You should grow up. You're violating my students' right to education.
Okay, now we go. Okay, we have comments from employee groups.
And student representatives.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed student reps. Joseph, you want to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Young, President Knackstead, and members of the board. I'm Joseph Gardia, the ASB president of McNair High School, and I'd like to share a report. To start off, I'll start off with our student government and our leadership. Student government has had to adapt to remote learning and improve communication with students and staff while working behind a screen once again. McNair's conflict mediation is planning to present San Joaquin County's Yellow Ribbon Suicide Prevention Program presentation once we return to campus. McNair's student leadership is currently collaborating to plan a multicultural event on campus sometime within March. McNair's Link Crew has hosted students from RADA and gave them a tour of our amazing campus and told them all about our amazing opportunities that we have at our school. And McNair students have adapted to the transition of remote learning and McNair students have adapted to the transition of remote learning, and our teachers have done an amazing job at making that transition as smooth as possible. Additionally, what happened at McNair is a surprise that caught us all off guard. The students, however, have adapted fairly well, but that does not mean it was an easy transition. We have our teachers cramped together in learning spaces, and I know that has come with tribulations for the teachers to overcome. But I know for the students, it has had an impact on our learning capacity, as we all can't hear our teachers trying their best instead of the actual lesson. We have had a difficult time hearing our teachers as they're all trying to teach their students at the same time. Not only that, but many of my peers feel that this transition has set them back as their ability to learn productively has somewhat fell back. And I know that our issue has brought other parties into this. I know for a fact that Murata has not had a library accessible to its students due to the number of staff operating out of there. I don't know why our staff were not allowed to operate and teach from home. I believe they are talented individuals and have the skills to learn from home. Why can't our teachers not educate us from the comfort of their home too? But regardless, as always, McNair overcomes any challenges that we face. McNair's student government held a karaoke cafe event where students came out and sang their favorite songs, played some sports, did homework, and enjoyed access to our revamped student store, and overall just spent time with their friends. For some recognitions, I'd like to recognize our amazing teachers who have made this transition to remote learning as tolerable and as easy as possible. I'd like to also recognize our plant supervisor, Ms. Dory, and her custodial crew for finding a long-lost key to a rolling door in our student store. Thanks to them, we now have easier access and better access to our student store. For some student recognition, congratulations to McNair's academic decathlon team that competed at the county competition last weekend and won first place of all Division III teams, second place for best overall of the categories, and third place for the best overall in the super quiz category. And this is a long list. All the students also won individual medals. We have Arston Kim, Danny Nguyen, Colin Tran, Niran Doogie, Hendrik Ortega, Ariel Lee, Travis Lee, Billy Nguyen, Fanny Huang, Nishpreet Shergill, Kaylin Nguyen, who won 6 medals, and that also includes first place for being the top scorer in her category she competed in. Andres Nieto with 7 medals, and that includes a third place for being the top scorer in his category. Cielo Ramirez with 7 medals, including second place for being the top scorer in her category. Adam Chong with 7 medals, including second place for his category. Brian Tao with 8 medals, and that includes first place for being the top scorer in his category he competed in. And Kenchika Ononuhu with 8 medals, and that includes first place for being the top scorer in his category. And with a special shout out to the board who planned lessons, taught the material, and made everything happen, students Nishpreet Shergill, Fanny Huang, Cielo Ramirez, and Ziriel Pimentel. Without them, our academic decathlon team would not be as fully functional without them. And that goes with the staff that has fully supported them from day one. That's Miss Ollenberger, Miss Vu, and Miss Vertar. And of course, their amazing coach, Miss Amy Lundenberg, who has gone above and beyond to provide the resources they need to succeed. And some more congratulations to some star students here at McNair. Our food and culinary department sent 5 students to our regional FCCLA spring meeting and culinary competition this past Saturday. The power outage created some major obstacles, limiting their ability to practice their skills and prepare their materials, but they rose to the challenge and represented McNair well. Congratulations to team members Angel Villasenor, Marilyn Luan, who qualified for state, Yoretzi Roel, who qualified for state, Ryan Vang, who also qualified for state, and Taylin Tit, who qualified for state and also won a bronze medal. And a special thanks also goes out to staff members Mrs. Pennington, Ms. Hagan, and Ms. Fitzgerald for all they have given up to help the team prepare for the event. And the biggest thanks go out to Mr. Owens and Mr. Anderson for building the team's skills and taking them to the competition. I'll touch base on our sports a little bit. Our girls basketball team has had an amazing season. Their final home game is this Thursday, so if any of you board members or the superintendent's team would like to come out there and support us, I would love it. And this game, we hope to secure our spot and second place in our league. Thank you for your time, and that is currently what's happening at McNair.
Thank you, Joseph. Logan, you're up.
Good evening, President Knackstad, members of the board, Superintendent Mr. Neil Young. Tokay Spring Sports are putting in that hard work as they are coming to a sprinting start. That is a track pun. The nerves of tryouts and of students trying something new is very obvious as students walk by with their huge softball/baseball bags. Our winter sports such as wrestling, also known as the best sport ever in existence, demolishing every other sport in our TCAL. The amazing senior nights and multiple wins against the not-to-be-named Red School has been a very satisfying way to leave our mark on the history of Tokay athletics. Tokay's FFA grape pruning team received first place in state, and we are very proud of our Tokay FFA team. FFA also has a National Spirit Celebration. Tuesday will be America/Farmer Day. Wednesday is Western themed. Thursday is Ag Career Day, and we now know that the petting zoo will be possible. And then we finish the week off with the Old Blue and Gold for FFA. We will also be having a rally that Friday, the 23rd, with lots of fun games and activities for all the school to watch. A good way to bounce into the spring season. Tokay will be hosting a blood drive on February the 14th, and my personal goal is to beat McNair, in the amount of blood donated. Many clubs have been vamping up their community involvement, such as Mecha and Leo's Club, collecting pet food and pet supplies to animals in need. Graduation is a small, sparkling glimmer of light blocked by many tests and projects ahead that all seniors are very looking forward to. Tokay truly has such amazing things going on inside the campus, classrooms, and even the weight room, specifically Joshua Young, benching his new record of 205 pounds in weight training, all thanks to the way Mr. Anima pushes all of his students. Thank you.
Good job, thank you. All right, moving on to comments from employee group representatives. Do we have any comments from LEA? Here you go, you're up. Let's keep about 5 minutes, please.
This is kind of loose. President Knackstad, members of the board, Mr. Young, Superintendent Young, members of his cabinet. I came across a quote this week, and it struck me. It says, "The manager accepts the status quo, and the leader challenges it." I've been fortunate enough to work in private industry, in the tech industry, where status quo was often challenged, questioned, and rewritten. I have to ask the district, how is the status quo working out? My members are openly talking about moving districts. We have a very, very poor job share policy that I believe is discriminatory. And I have 2 teachers right now who wanted to job share. They have an offer from Lincoln because they could not do it here. Every roadblock was put before them. Is this what we want to do with our young teachers? Respect, retain, recruit. I'm openly telling teachers if they want a job share, Lincoln's got a better program. They embrace it. How does that look for us for recruiting and retaining? This week we had a closure. It's going into our 2nd week now at McNair. Last year we had site closures at Houston, Serta, and Morata, and the teachers were treated with no respect as they are treated now. They're having to work in call center-like conditions because, God forbid, the district trusts our teachers to work at home, to do what they learned how to do during the pandemic, where they have probably better internet, They're not talking over each other. They have printers, scanners, document cameras. I bought all that stuff when I was working from home. I still have it there. My son set up my internet, and apparently my internet is really good for my my Ryzen 7 laptop that my son also recommended that I get. That's for gaming. I don't game. So when he comes over, he has a blast. So yeah, no respect there. Teachers around are looking at that and saying, oh my gosh, if that's gonna be what's gonna happen, why would I wanna come here? Pay's not that competitive unless you get all the way over and all the way down. Hey. We can't even do that because whenever people want to get units, they're being told no. Units that have been approved before.
They don't even meet COLA.
So it comes down to a vision. And this cabinet and this board have failed to communicate a clear vision for the district that retains our employees, respects our employees, our students, and our community, and helps recruit new employees, not only in teachers, but also in our much-needed classified positions. We need paras. Teachers are working without paras in unsafe conditions. It's unsafe for the kids. And the administrators are saying, hey, work it out. That's not their job. That is an administrator's job. It's not their job. But since there's no vision and no direction, that's what the administrators do. Push the problem down the road. It's what this district has always done. Push the problem down the road. Let's not look at the problem. Let's not come up with solutions. Let's push it down the road. We had a bargaining session yesterday.
I wouldn't call it that.
Yes, I really wouldn't call it that because nothing got done. LEA presented a proposal as a rebuttal to the last proposal from the district, and nothing. No comment. We presented an MOU for emergency conditions like this because we know there's going to be floods, there's going to be wildfires. We know that where school sites are going to close down. We need to have a better process for this.
Okay, Lisa, Matt, this wasn't where.
Yeah, the 5 minutes is up. Thank you, Mrs.
Let me
Wilkins.
just give my last sentence. So I'm just going to say this, that your employees, your students, and this community deserves leadership that challenges the status quo instead of keeping it, because it's not working anymore.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Connexted, members of the board, I can report that that job share was approved by Susan Peterson, so just so you are aware.
Okay.
All right, Desiree Wise, President of CSEA. Good evening, Mr. Connexted, Mr. Young, members of the board. The only thing I really wanted to comment on was your item from closed session, the action that you took. I know I've gotten up here and I've spoken plenty of times about the one-time funds and the way that they were dispersed amongst our employees. And to my knowledge, there's about 130 administrators in the group. And if you guys split your money evenly, that's about $8,500 per person. If classified splits our pot evenly amongst an 8-hour employee, it's $3,000. $3,000. And the pot of money is coming from vacancies from classified LEA and a few of LPPA. And I'm not seeing the equity in that. I think you're pitting one group against another group. There were supervisors that got $9,000 plus, other supervisors that didn't get half that. So once again, that's $8,500 for an administrator and $3,000 for an 8-hour classified employee. Where is the equity in that? Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, at this point, we're going on comments from the public. where a 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items that are not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes. And the board cannot engage in dialogue about public comments because of restrictions placed on by the California Brown Act. I have, well, it's like 14, so we'll never get through that many people. So,
Yeah, you will.
first person is Nolan McCohen.
I think I was first on the list.
No, so- Well, then why don't you come up? I don't know. Who are you?
Becky Freeman.
Okay. That's not the order I gave.
Yeah, just so you know, Mrs. Freeman, when we were handed, Mrs. Freeman, when we took the stack, we just took the stack and put it there, so someone else's may have been put on it.
Strategically.
Okay.
Go.
On that list back there. That's- I made sure to get to early. Sorry. President Connexted, Superintendent Young, and members of the board. My name is Becky Freeman, and I've been an ag teacher for 20 years, 19 years in Lodi Unified, and 14 years at Tokay. In my time at Tokay, we have grown the program from 1 teacher to 4. We have grown from less than 100 students to over 400. We are an award-winning program with award-winning students and teachers. Most recently, this past Saturday, our grapevine pruning team was named the state champions, but I'll save that recognition for another meeting. We've been able to achieve great things due to the freedom to be able to do our jobs and be entrusted by admin to grow our programs. After all, the ag teachers are the ones that know about their specific area better than anyone. But recently, everything we do or every decision we try to make is either denied or questioned. This could be anything from course offerings to transportation to FFA week activities. In 20 years, I've never felt so micromanaged in my job. There have been numerous occasions where someone at the district has made decisions directly impacting our program. Not only are they making decisions they don't know anything about, but they have no idea of the impact of those decisions. Please do your due diligence and contact the people that your decisions affect. Please educate yourselves about these different programs and involve all players in your decision making. I have 3 things. 1, we have been told this year that it is the year of takeaways. I don't know what all is going on with your insurance situations, but please figure it out. We've already been told no to many things, including a petting zoo for FFA week, which happens in a couple of weeks. We have had a petting zoo as part of the FFA week for decades. Not only am I being told no, but I'm not being given a reason. On a side note, at the end of today, the petting zoo was, in fact, that decision was reversed. So thank you. But again, we weren't told why or what contributed to that decision, and we weren't involved in making any solutions. Second thing, and I know I'm over my time, I'm sorry.
Not yet.
Now let's talk about transportation for a minute. This binder, with the checklist, it's already a headache. Now, yesterday, we were informed that in order to drive off in a vehicle for a trip we've already been approved to be on, and a vehicle that's already been checked out to us, we have to now scan a QR code that takes us to the Inform K-12 program with about 50 drop-down things to fill in. And then we have to wait for Albert at Transportation to click approve. But whoever made this decision, did you realize that we leave at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning almost every Saturday? So not only is this a lot to ask of our teachers, but it's a lot to ask of Albert. Did anybody consult us when they made the decision? No. Did anybody tell us why? No. Just another rule being implemented. I feel like there's somebody in an office here at the district that comes in each day and says to themselves, what things can I say no to today? What new rules can I implement to make teachers' lives more difficult? Please tell me that's not what's happening. Okay, thank you.
I was the next person on the list, but I would
Is your
like
name, what is your name, please?
Nolan McEwen.
No.
I was the first person that you called out.
Oh, I see, okay.
But I
You
would
were the
like,
first person.
yes, I would like to
Okay,
give the.
go for it.
I would like to give my time back to her so she can finish her.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
That's a normal procedure.
We want to hear as many people as we
That's
possibly can.
parliamentary procedure.
I mean, Congress does it.
So please tell me that that's not what's happening. Please just back off and let us do our jobs and do what's best for our students. Her third point was a lack of course offerings for seniors. Recently, there have been some changes to course offerings for CTE. Seniors are no longer allowed to take introductory courses or repeat advanced courses. For students that pathway out as a junior, they virtually have no ag classes to take as a senior. Students cannot be members of FFA if they are not enrolled in an ag class. I could go on and on with the things they are missing out on by not being an FFA. We tried to add Ag, Econ, and Gov, which is already approved to teach at Tokay, and we used to offer it, but that was denied. That would have solved all the problems seniors were having in choosing classes. Some kids just don't fit into the perfect pathway box, and we need some flexibility for those kids. All that I ask, or we ask, is let's have a conversation about the above items that were mentioned and moving forward. Let's find solutions rather than just taking things away from students. These are not just ag department problems. You have and are taking many opportunities away from students in all areas. We can't have water of any kind, or any kind of blow-ups, or anything with animals, conferences, units for salary advancement, and the list could go on. What's next? Really, what's next? Football, PE, swim, wrestling, cooking classes? Don't those all pose a liability? I invite every single one of you to our school classrooms and shops, as well as the school farm. Come talk to our students and see how great they are and that they don't deserve all of these takeaways. Thank you.
Cora Duncan?
President Knackstead, members of the board, and Superintendent Young Neal. My name is Cora Duncan, and I am a Green Hand officer and a freshman from Tokay and Tokay FFA. Originally, I had no idea that Tokay had an ag department, how much the ag department had to offer for all of us kids. The first time I heard about the ag department and FFA, I was at Lodi Middle, and they did a What's Great About Tokay event. At this event, the FFA students and their advisors brought some of the chickens from our school farm. I thought it was such a cool fact that Tokay had a school farm, and on that farm they have chickens. I was also told about the petting zoo during National FFA Week every February. He told me that this is a tradition that FFA does to help bring awareness to agriculture and FFA. And now, as a freshman and an officer that I have worked very hard to become, I want to be able to participate in that tradition and all the other amazing things we do as an FFA chapter. Last week, we were told that we are no longer allowed to have a petting zoo on campus. I have a sister who is in 7th grade at Lodi Middle. I want her to be able to be a part of all the cool activities the department that Tokay has. But now I don't think she is going to be able to do or experience many of the things that we have been doing at our school for many years now. Our FFA program is such a good program. We give back to the community all the time. We are known to be some of the best students and one of the best chapters in the state because of all the events and activities we do. Each year, the students on our campus look forward to the petting zoo that we do, and we are being told that it was going to be taken away from us. As young leaders, we, with the help of our advisors, reached out to our principals about this issue. We just found out a few hours ago that this decision has been changed for us. Although I am happy the decision was changed, it still leaves me with large concerns. What is next that are you going to take away from the other students in the district, and as well as and why are you not including us in the conversations? Please stop taking away opportunities and fun activities from us students. Thank you.
It appears FFA is well represented. Next one was Savannah Bristow. Bristow. Oh, no.
President Knagstead, members of the board, and Superintendent Neil Young. My name is Savannah Bristow. I stand here as a senior and a proud four-year ag member at Tokay High School, as well as the Tokay FFA reporter and Mother Lode Sectional Sentinel. I am expressing my concerns regarding recent changes to the privileges offered to not only the members of Tokay FFA, but to other students at Tokay. The animals offered at Tokay are what drew me into the program to begin with. Taking away our annual petting zoo with no explanation has impacted not only us, but our plans for National FFA Week that is just under 2 weeks away. Yes, just earlier today we were notified of the return of our petting zoo. Although I am thankful, I can't help but wonder why. Tokay FFA's theme this year is to amplify success. Yet it feels like you're dampening our success as a chapter by taking away the best parts of it. Each year, the smiles we see when a student sees a calf for the first time, and the laughs we hear when a teacher kisses a pig for our fundraiser, shows us why we do what we do. We are worried about what you will say no to next. I have poured hundreds of hours into raising lambs on our school farm for 3 years now. What does livestock raising on our farm look like in the future? I've already lost my senior trip this year. I didn't realize there was anything else left to take. The way our school activities and culture looked years ago versus now is completely different. Please hear us. Recognize what these things mean to us. We understand your concerns. I really do not believe that we are asking you for much. Just a seat at the table when you discuss changes about our department. Thank you.
Okay, Sandra, I'm not sure, is this Margaret by any chance? FFA?
Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Sandra Vargas. A little bit of my background. I served in the advisory committee at Joe Serna, and I'm also a founder and CEO of Central Valley Arts and Culture, where I had an after-school activity in different schools, where Mr. Young was principal at Lakewood Elementary School. Also, I worked as a running coach at a Joe Serna at a charter school, and I served as the vice chair of the Joe Serna also in the PTA. Why is it important to fund fully the FFA program in the Central Valley of California? It's particularly significant due to the region's strong connections to agriculture. As the heart of California's farming industry, the Central Valley offers a unique learning environment where students can directly engage with the practical aspects of agriculture. For underprivileged kids in this region, FFA becomes a gateway to opportunities that might otherwise be inaccessible. By providing hands-on experience in farming, science, business, and technology, these programs bridge education gaps and empower disadvantaged youth to envision a future and feel critical to their local economy. Thus, fostering FFA in the Central Valley not only aligns with the region's agriculture essence, but also serves as a powerful tool for social and economic equity, ensuring that all youth, regardless of background, have the chance to cultivate leadership skills and pursue meaningful careers. Also, don't forget that elections are always coming.
Karen Meek? Karen?
Good evening. Karen Minnick, Bear Creek High. Members of the boards, Valentine's Day approaches. I want to remind you that relationships don't work when only one party is actively engaged and participating. So I ask you, are you holding up your end of your relationship with teachers? A healthy relationship is trust, not suspicion. Mutual respect, not disregard and irreverence. Equity and fairness, not prejudice and injustice. Compromise, not control. We are not children in need of parenting. We are educated professional adults, and we demand that our relationship with the district reflect this. The power's been out at McNair for weeks, yet the teachers are required to go to hubs while kids are allowed to participate online. You trust kids to work at home, but not the teachers? They're on our campus. They're on our campus apologizing for being in our way because they're in our spaces that we also use. But how on earth can they instruct with any kind of efficiency and rigor when you can't communicate clearly with online students because you're in a room with 30 to 50 other people? We know distance learning is hard enough. Why would you want to make it harder than necessary on them? Your distrust in us to do our jobs breeds our mistrust in you. Especially considering that, once again, Lodi Unified is stalling negotiations of fair contract. Meanwhile, collecting the interest of the cost of living monies the state paid you for us, repeatedly coming to the table, refusing to speak on every single item. I'm an English teacher, and I can tell you that by definition, that is not negotiation or bargaining. Why? What purpose does this serve? It's incredibly insulting and ultimately used as a means to control us. Be a good partner. Come to the table willing to negotiate and engage in the conversation of basic needs to do our job and earn a competitive wage. No teacher should have to work a side gig to make ends meet. It takes away from what we give our students. And remember, we are your direct connection with kids. We might be employed by you, but every teacher here will tell you they work for the kids. How well or poorly faculty is treated is a direct reflection of your true sentiments towards us, despite what you tout publicly. The national teacher shortage has just begun, and all the best and brightest can easily go to the highest bidder. That's not us. The days of working for free are over, and Lodi Unified will be on the wrong side of history if changes aren't made to recruit and retain the most important people in this district who don't work here in this ivory tower. If this is how you treat your current staff, why on earth would anyone voluntarily join us in this toxic relationship where there's a constant fight for even the most basic of fair treatment?
Time.
Many of us have survived domestic violence, and we know the signs of an abusive relationship. We refuse to accept the kind of treatment from our employer. If you in our position, you would too. We're not children in need of parenting. We're educational professionals, adults, and we demand that our relationship reflect this. The great kindness takeover? Show your teachers some love and show up at the bargaining table with a fair contract.
Lives on Hepburn. I've extended this time to 8 o'clock, so at 8 o'clock, if somebody talks for something at 8 o'clock.
President Knapstack, boards, members of the board, Mr. Neil Young, I am Shelley Lichty. As a third grade teacher, I do a lot of bargaining. I am always finding a way to reward my students for the work that they do, the steps they take towards learning new skills, helping guide them through the ups and the downs, the experiences at school as well as at home. This is over and above the Common Core standards that I'm expected to teach. I do this because it's what I love. I didn't choose to be a teacher to pad a bank account. I chose this profession to help others, to make a difference in the lives of children. I have done this for over 20 years. I have many more years ahead of me to continue with this profession. The lack of respect and the good faith that teachers in this district are facing again is devastating. We are fighting again for a fair contract, coming to the table over and over and walking away empty-handed. Taking another pay cut compared to other districts and occupations, considering the education and years we've spent doing this job. Many teachers are leaving this profession. We can't hire enough teachers and retain them because other districts are giving them what they need without fighting. Classroom support, affordable benefits, pay raises, trust, respect. Maybe you should come and spend some time in my classroom and learn how equitable bargaining happens.
All these students and parents signed up immediately after me for a reason. So I don't know what list you're going off of, but they all
Going
came
off
an
the
hour
list that you-
early and signed up on that paper. I thought we were gonna go in that order.
They're
I don't know,
numbered.
where's the white paper?
I don't know, they're numbered. So the next person is Aaron Smith.
So the white paper didn't.
I have no idea what. This is what they handed
Ours
me.
just need to be heard.
Yeah, Mr. Knackstead, members of the board, the process by which you can speak as a public speaker during this time is using that green sheet of paper. There is a sign-in in the back, that is correct, but that is not for the public comment section. However, I would certainly welcome any of the comments you want members of your team to share. You can certainly have those emailed to me and I can share them with all the board members, okay?
Thank you. We don't mean any disrespect. We got here as soon as we could and we've been here for an hour.
That's okay.
They're just saying that they.
Extend the timeline. Please. We are going we got another 8 minutes to go and then we have to move on. Aaron Smith, would you like to talk?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna yield my time. I do wanna say something, but I'm gonna yield.
Hello, my name is
Who are
Yadina
you?
Peña.
I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Yadina Peña, and I am a Tokay FFA mom. Let me start off by saying the great teachers we have and how supportive they are with our kids. These teachers go above and beyond for our kids like they would their own. Being an FFA mom has opened my eyes to the amazing things these programs do for our children. Where we live, parents wake up and start their day at 4 a.m. We work from sun up to sundown to provide for our families. Having these programs available for our kids help keep them out of the streets and out of trouble. These programs also educate our children and show them different avenues for their futures. My daughter joining the FFA program has been a blessing. She has always been a very shy girl. Throughout these programs and her experience with them has brought her a long way. My daughter Maribel has opened up and grown into an amazing young woman thanks to the programs like these. They have taught her that it's okay to come out of her shell and not to be nervous when talking in front of people. She has also become confident enough to pass on her knowledge by teaching others what she has learned. Programs like the Tokay FFA have taught my daughter and her classmates life skills and giving them a glimpse of what could become. I would also like to congratulate Ms. Becky Freeman for receiving a Golden Owl Award for her outstanding work in the FFA program. I believe teachers like these are the backbone of our educational community. I hope that this educational body will reconsider cutting and funding programs like this. I've been living on the east side for over 30 years. It's time for a change. Teachers like her deserve to be heard. We wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and she goes out of her way to wake up at 3:30 in the morning to take our kids to all these events that they need to go to. We need to stop cutting these programs and start building more programs. The east side and all sides need to change. So by you guys cutting these, it's pushing our kids to streets and gang violence. This needs to stop and it needs to change.
Susan Hively?
Good evening. These are maybe two of the best presentations I've ever seen, and I've been to a lot of school board meetings. Just wanted to say that before I talk about something important and not so pleasant. You know, adults are supposed to take care of children. It's our primary function. Children are not responsible for their parents, their grandparents, or things that happened hundreds of years ago. A few months ago, a member of the educational community told me that it is okay to mentally abuse children based on the amount of melanin in their skin. This is blatant bigotry at its worst. No one in the public school system should be telling students that the success or failure is based upon skin tone. We should all be inspiring all children to be their best and not using backward thinking to drive mediocrity. Expecting children to do well by their efforts promotes excellence. The public school system needs to thrive by valuing all children and providing all of them with the opportunities to do their best. And know that that was heartfelt, and I hope that we never see that kind of stuff again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last speaker will be Laura McClackey?
No. No.
No? Okay. Jamie Williams?
No.
Oh, that's what. Okay. You said you weren't here, I thought. Okay, there you go. Hi, Laura, how are you?
Hi, my name is Laura Mulcahy. I'm a concerned parent. I don't speak normally on these things, but I've been made aware of a situation involving a Lodi High student reading assignment, which I have given you excerpts. I will not be speaking about any of those things because I find them vulgar and not appropriate and morally wrong. So if I were to hand any of that material to a child, I could have been charged with giving child pornography to a minor. But any so-called educator can do so and has done so. This book contains sexual content not appropriate for children. It's offensive language and contains violence. This book can be found throughout the district on Destiny Discover under the banned book choice reading collection. I am requesting this explicit material be removed from our schools as it is not age-appropriate material. My question is, how did this book get into our schools and who provided this material to our children? My second point of this evening is there are teachers creating Amazon wish lists to circumvent LUSD policy 6163.1. And I would like to know how, as the board, we are going to take care of this so other explicit material doesn't get into the hands of our students. I very much appreciate your time and thank you for all the work that you do for our children.
Thank you. We're going to close off public comments. Mr. Young, would you... We need to close public comment. No! We can have any comments you need. Mr. Young, we do have a policy about books and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, certainly a constituent can bring it through that process, for sure. So if you need to move on to the next action item, that it's either that or this is your final person.
Let them speak. Let them speak.
Okay.
Let them speak. Let them speak. Let them speak. Let them speak. Let them speak.
Other action items.
These kids got here an hour early, now you're not allowed to stop.
Some of us had to leave work just so we can support our kids. Let her speak. Let her explain to you why
Ma'am,
this is
you are out of
important.
order. We are going to move on with the meeting. Have a seat, please.
No, don't sit down. Don't let him talk to you like that. You stand up for what you believe in.
Mr. Khan, we're moving on to the Measure U Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Let them speak. Let them speak. Let them speak. Let them speak.
You've already directed the meeting to go there. My recommendation is you continue moving forward. As you stated, 8 o'clock is the end of time. So we need to move on to Measure U.
Nice way to treat your students. Be kind. You have kids crying because you won't let them talk.
Thank you, President Knox, members of the board, Superintendent Young.
total disrespect of your students and your staff. You have no respect.
Okay, we're back in session. Moving on to other action items. Other action item number 1 is Measure U. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Knackstead, members of the board, Superintendent Young. Before you tonight will be the annual Bond Oversight Committee report from the committee chair for the Measure U program. I'd like to welcome Michael Marks, your Measure U committee chair. I'd also like to recognize someone you may know, Mr. Heverly, who was volunteered into serving on the Oversight Committee, but thank you for your attendance as well, sir. It's been difficult to keep these committees staffed through the COVID period, and I'd like to thank Mr. Marks and all his committee members who are sticking with us. Without further ado.
All right, well, board members, Michael Mark here. I am a proud taxpayer of this county and of this district. That's obviously why I'm on this Measure U Bond Oversight Committee. One thing for the report, I know it's a long report, we'll make sure it's fairly quick. Obviously, Measure U was passed in 2016, $281 million bond. I've been on this committee since the formation of it back in 2017-ish. One of the original members, volunteering my time since then. So with that volunteering, we've seen a lot of changes with Measure U. Some of the key highlights, a lot of the projects have pretty much stayed under budget, which is always a good thing. And because of that, we were able to actually have more projects within that Measure U bond money. I want to make sure I read off all of our committee members. Again, my name is Michael Mark, Terry Hedden, Stephanie Hammond, and Claudia Nucci. Those are the the current members, and then we have a new member, Ron Herberly, who's back there, former board member. But one thing I want to make sure the board recognizes, we have 2 open seats. 2 open seats to be on the Measure U Bond Oversight Committee. Board members, this is where we need your help. We're having issues getting quorum. This is a very important committee to make sure that the taxpayers are getting what their money is worth for the Measure U bond. We need board committee members. So please, 2 open seats. I also want to make sure I do thank staff, Leonard Kahn, Vicki Brum, before she left, Adina Andres, and Amberly Kidler. These are our staff members that report to the Measure U committee. One key note for the taxpayers out there, there was an issue. It's supposed to be $60 per 100,000. There was a tax roll issue way back in 2022. So I'm gonna make sure I read this so I get it correct. So for year ending 2020, 2021, it was $56.40 per 100,000. The following year for 2021, 2022, our tax roll ended up being $68.70 for the 100,000, but this was on an error from the county assessor's office. So the following year, for 2022, 2023, $33.50 per 100,000 was the corrected rate. So they averaged it out, made a blend. So in conclusion, oh, and one other thing, before the audits actually hit the board, we look at the audits of the Measure U Bond Committee. We make sure that the Gilbert company is actually doing everything that they're supposed to be doing for the contract. And so in conclusion, Measure U Bond Oversight Committee members believe that Lodi Unified is in compliance with the Measure U bond election results. But one thing it's a word of privilege. I wish, it's really hard for me to speak after this crowd. I wish we had more time for public speakers. Yes. And again, like I said, I live in district. I'm a supporter of the community, supporter of our teachers, and hopefully the board just hears them out a little bit. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is an action item.
Oh, yes. You made any comments, first of all? Comments? Motion?
So, point of order, they will make the motion, which has been made and seconded, and now it's open for public comment to respond to what is now on the table as a
motion.
Yeah, as a motion.
Okay, any comment?
First, I want to thank the taxpayers of our community who put forward this bond so we could get rid of the dilapidated portables and build these beautiful new buildings that will last for decades to come. And as they were being constructed, my husband and I drove by them frequently to make sure that we could see the progress. And talking to the people who are now part of those great facilities, they're saying how wonderful it is. And it is so important to give these kids a place where they come in and they can see that the building is well taken care of, and it shows how much we care about them. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Any student comments? Okay. We need a motion then? Okay. Who motioned?
Dr. Ball did. I second.
Okay. You get that? Okay. Oh, okay, go ahead, sure, sorry.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that I hope, I've been with what Ms. Heberly says, driving around and seeing these. I would really like to see big signs that say your tax dollars at work, or something to let us know that it's Measure U money, especially with upcoming things, because I think everybody needs to know that we are putting these forward. So can we work that?
Yeah, Mrs. Alexander, members of the board, Mr. Khan can speak to the large signs that we have been putting around, but you can speak to any future signs we need to put up.
We use the orange Measure U banner, and we post it on every site that we've, while we're working, but also that we've completed. They don't last forever. They look rather nice for several months, and then they sort of weather. So, we could certainly post them forever and ever and ever, but at some point it seems like the site's been adopted and the program's moving along with it, so we just leave it as it is. But for every new project, it'll carry the banner for the time it's being built.
I'd like to back up Ms. Ford. Sherry, I'm so fortunate in this. Sorry, I'm tied. Those banners are pretty small. I'd like to see something that shows the district appreciates the taxpayers.
I'd like to see power at McNair.
And show that we are very appreciative of what's happened, but I'm sure we can put up some type of wooden edifice that's been painted, that looks nice, and you drive by as a taxpayer, park committee member, and you go, okay, good. Those signs that I know that you're talking about are kind of small, and I have to support our board members that with their idea. I think it's a wonderful thing. So I'd like to see us travel down that road.
So, Mr. Knackstead, members of the board, I will put that on cabinet agenda to make sure we can work on providing continuous updates on the work that's being done in our district. So thank you.
Any public comments on this item? Okay, we have a student comment.
It's just a question. Is the Measure U bond money, is some of that allocated for like the long range facilities plan and the construction ideas for that?
No, it's not. The Measure U monies have been committed by the board through Resolution 2018-08, and technically tonight, if we move forward with another item, 23-81. So the long-range facilities plan is a completely different set of projects.
Any other comment? Okay. Now have a motion in?
The motion and seconded has happened.
Okay.
So you can just call for the vote.
Oh,
order. Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Alexander, I apologize for using your first name.
Okay.
We got half of it right. so-
Okay, student vote? And?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. And board vote? Okay, the motion passes 6-0 and 1 absent. Thank you. All right. We're going to back up the agenda now to public comments on consent agenda A. The public and student representatives may address the board on consent agenda A. That's routine business. Each speaker shall limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Knackstead, the school board, and Mr. Superintendent Neal. My name is Lana Gentry, and I live here in Lodi. And I'm talking about item A2, the contracts list. So I went through all of those contracts and read about them. But my specific one was A2 because it said you're going to amend the agreement with Kingsley and Bogard, that's the attorney firm, relating to employee disputes and resolutions, LEA and CSA contracts and negotiations. And the current amount was for $75,000, and we're saying we're going to put another $75,000 in there for that lawyer to help with the LEA and CSA contracts and negotiations. And, you know, not every school district brings a lawyer to speak for them. That's $150,000 you could save. And if you have a lawyer speaking for you, then why are we still getting no answer, no interest to do something? So I'm just asking the school board, you know, to ask questions like, why do we need to double the amount? You look at the rest of the contracts and they're not asking for any more money, or it seems like, okay, that's reasonable. So I would just, you know, encourage you to find out what we have Kingsley Bogard do. Why do we need $150,000 to go to a contract negotiation? LEA doesn't bring an attorney. So thank you.
Good evening, Desiree Wise with CSEA, Mr. Knackstead, members of the board. I wanted to speak on item A6 on the consent agenda with regard to advertising for bids for security guard services. I've been at the table and have been involved for quite some time, and I don't know that I've seen this before, specifically for security services. Is this the first time that we've actively gone out to look for bids?
I presume
Mr. Connor?
it is for security service.
That is a service that classified members do provide. I know it might not be the favorable opinion, but we do have security officers, campus security. And I believe that if we had a well thought out plan, that this would be something that our members could provide. I would be interested to know, to be able to look at the data and see exactly when we're dispatching for fire watch, when the fire alarms are down, or how often we have them on our construction sites providing security. But I think that's something that if we really put our thinking caps on, it might be different, it might be new, it might be a new way of doing things. But I would hope that maybe we postpone approving this item and maybe explore some options within our own labor force. Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have tried flying positions for fire overwatch in the past. I'd be happy to meet directly with Ms. Wise and explain where we are on this.
Okay.
It's necessary that we have the capacity to respond to an emergency overwatch quickly. And I would still recommend that the board passes.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Sure.
I mean, I know we do have staff that are on call in our maintenance department, and we have staff that are on call in our IT department. Like I said, I know it's not the favorable opinion, but I do think that with a well thought out plan, this would be something that we can provide to our members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, student comments?
This is in regard to the same one that Ms. Desiree Wise was speaking about. McNair does, I know McNair has campus security on our campus. We do, that's a job position that we have. And so I was wondering if we start contracting to security guard services, is that going to have them located for a different job, or will they be able to continue their services as our campus security?
Mr. Knackstead, members of the board, these are different. This has nothing to do with our campus supervisors who work at our high schools and in our middle schools. This is if an emergency comes up and it's the middle of the night, this company will send someone out to ensure our site in that moment is protected. It's a different kind of function, separate from what I understand Mrs. Wise has stated, but in no way does this impact the campus supervisors at our high schools or middle schools.
Any other comments?
I am a little confused. Aren't we, as board members, able to pull parts of the consent agenda? Thank you. Aren't we able to pull certain parts of the consent agenda A and go over them?
That is correct, but this is the public was bringing up comments regarding those, and we're speaking about that.
I'm a little confused because we used to pull them first, and then we would vote in general. So I'm wondering why there was a change.
Okay, point of order. The change a year ago, is roughly a year ago, was that we moved comments regarding consent agenda to the front. Then after that, board members can pull specific items, discuss those items, and then determine whether to vote on the full consent agenda or to vote on those specifics. So we've been doing it this way for quite some time. I can find the specific date.
No, I'm not, I probably had a senior moment, but I always thought that we pulled them at least the last 5 years, 4 years.
So you as board members do pull them, but the public doesn't pull consent agenda items. They make comments on them in advance of your decisions as board members to determine if you want to pull them. At times that has happened, but that has not been for the last probably close to a year that we've been doing it this way.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? Okay, sure.
Kelly Hanston, teacher at Julia Morgan. Okay. We have, in like the last 6 board meetings, we comment after you guys pull things and we talk about it. Because for most of us, we don't pull up the board agenda. You know, if you looked at my day today, I didn't have time to even go to the bathroom until 6 o'clock. And so looking up at the board agenda would be an extra thing that I just don't have time to do. So normally, you guys pull things, and this is what we've been doing in the future. This is the first time when Lana came up here to speak, was the first time someone pulled something to speak about that I'm aware of, and I come to almost every board meeting. So are we still going to be able to speak after we hear about an agenda item as the public?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, after the item has been pulled by you, like I said, I don't pull it up ahead of time and look at it. But sometimes some of the things that you speak about are things that make me want to say something. So I usually go stand over here. I'm sorry, Neil. I usually go stand over here and you call and you let me speak about the item. Is that still going to be part of the process?
No, we haven't been doing that for a while.
Okay, point of clarification.
I'm having a senior moment too then.
Okay. Mr. Knackstead, members of the board. Under consent agenda, these are regular items that come on a weekly business, regular business. The public is given 100 hours in advance of the board meeting to review those, ask questions of staff if they want to get answers in advance. Ultimately, they have time in advance of consent agenda to make comment, Then the board does its consent agenda and can pull items as board members, or they can move forward as that is routine business. When we get to other action items, those are independent individual items and individual reports. Under reports, the public is given time to make comment about that report. In other action, it is routine that first the board would have to make a motion to approve, then public makes comment, and then the board members can weigh those comments and their own research and, you know, looking at that agenda item and make a determination. This has not changed for a significant amount of time. I believe it dates back to last January, and that's, since then, we've been doing it this exact same way. So, just want to make sure, this is your meeting, and this is your agenda. It's publicized 100 hours in advance, and the public, like you as board members, is given time to seek answers. So, at this point, I know Mrs. Hanston has been able to make comment. I know also that you have to determine as a board how you want to move forward at this time, unless there's any other members of the public who would like to speak.
Would be my next question.
So my question still hasn't been answered. When you guys talk about it, is the public still allowed to speak about it when we hear it? And I'm sorry I don't spend the 100 hours looking over, maybe I should need to start doing that.
Mr. Connected, members of the board, public is given time to make comment in advance of the board doing its routine business. From here, after the public time is done, it is your business to do. It is not time to have additional public comments.
Correct. I get that.
So then you're saying that we need to be silent after you talk about things?
Yes.
Very un-American.
Thank you, Mr. Connexted. I just wanted to add something really quick. I wanted to kind of add on to what your question was. Like I said, I know that would be something that would be new. Maybe it would be a new job description that would need to be created, a new program that would be formed. But I do think that our labor force could provide the service. And I know you keep saying it's been like this for a year, but I'm only remembering the last couple of months to where us in the audience have not been able to pull individual items. I don't think it's quite been a year, but it's been a few months. But you guys can pull it if you'd like to. There's no urgency with this item. Like I said, I would love to have some conversations. It's something that we've never done before, and I don't think waiting a few weeks would hurt anything. Thank you.
Okay.
May I? I just would like to ask you, how many ways can you possibly tell us that you don't actually want to hear what we have to say?
Board would like to pull any items on consent agenda A?
Yeah, I do.
Which one?
A1.
A1?
A6 or 16. Ms. Wise, which one?
Is it 6?
6.
6. A6, those are the two that I wanted to look at.
Okay. Any other board?
I had a board comment.
Okay, we'll pull these first.
No, I have a question to ask.
Okay, so we'll get to that. Okay. A1. Any other?
Yeah, I don't know why this seems new to me, but maybe I'm just.
We're just putting A1 and A6.
A6, that's correct. Should we then vote on the rest of them, Gary?
We get motion to vote.
All right, so I motion that the rest of consent agenda A be approved, and we're pulling A1 and A6.
Correct.
Second it.
I'll second. Okay, did you get those? Mrs. McFarland? Okay, student vote.
Aye.
And this is for the other ones that weren't.
Right.
Aye.
Okay, and board vote. And passes 6-0 with one absent. 6-0 with one absent. Okay, so Mr. Porter, you pulled item A1.
Yeah, I did, I gotta pull it back up here after I voted. On A1, is it coming up here, or what happened to this? I got A2 for some reason. Do you have A1? I did go back. Let me check this out. Yeah, A1 is now suddenly gone. Where'd it go? Did A1 go?
If you're on manual.
You go to join meeting and find it? Here it is, A1, I got it. Thank you very much. This is not what I was looking at A1. Okay, that's not A1.
I think you wanted A2.
A2?
Yeah, A2 you wanted.
The contract?
Yeah, A2 is the contract.
Okay, it was A2 that I wanted to pull. We need to change this in our minutes. Sorry about that.
Okay, point of order. So at this point,
I want to pull A2.
okay, so you have already approved A2 by way of consent agenda, correct?
Yes. Well, I was assuming it was under A1, and then I see that I have it as A1 in here, my notes.
Okay, so here's our problem procedurally. You've already approved it as part of the overall consent agenda.
Right.
So as someone who made an affirmative vote on that,
I did.
by process, and you can certainly move that A2, if I'm correct, you're saying A2, not A1.
Correct.
That you would like to reconsider A2, you would have to have someone second that, and then it would have to be removed from what you have already approved, if that's the case. So that's your procedure for this process.
Well, I motion that I rescind my vote, our vote, on A1.
So procedurally, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to pull A2.
And then you would need to have a second on that.
I'll second it.
And
we vote on pulling A2 out of what already passed. Correct.
yes, so we're gonna have to figure that out as far as electronically. And then I just point of clarification, Michelle, do they have to vote on what has been approved and seconded? This would have to be a,
Motion and a second.
so this will have to be a verbal vote, and you can go down the, whichever direction you choose to go to get a verbal vote on pulling A2 from what you've already approved on consent agenda.
Okay, so we'll start with Ms. Porter.
Aye.
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 No?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna pull that by a vote of 5-4, 1 against, and
One of,
absent.
yes,
absent.
one of, not present.
Okay, Ms. Porter, you're
I
up.
would like to pull out A2, we have to vote on it.
Oh,
So now you need to, hey, hold on.
You gotta
So, at this point, you've already pulled A1. If you choose to vote on it, that you can and complete that one, and then go on to A2, since it's now been pulled from the consent agenda.
I believe we will just finish with, let's get A1 done.
Okay, that's,
1 and 2 together.
so I would say for A1, since it's an item you didn't intend to pull, I think you need to make a motion and second on that one. So Mr. Knackstead, that's the process for A1.
To approve A1?
Second.
Okay. Voice vote then?
No, this will go electronic.
Oh, that's not, okay. Oh, student vote, I'm sorry, before we vote. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, board vote. That passes 6-4 and 1 absent.
So,
Okay, now we're at
so
8-2.
6-0 with 1 absent.
Yes, correct.
And now Mr. Porter has pulled A2.
Okay, sorry for all that, and this is a strange evening. I also was looking at the Kingsley, Bogart, where they had a budgeted amount of $75,000. And all they're there to do is technically deal with contracts, negotiations, parent disputes and resolutions. And now we're suddenly over $75,000 in budget. Now we're up to $150,000. I've also asked repeatedly as a board member now for the last 5 years, do we take our legal out for bid? And I've been told that we don't. I have a hard time with this. I have a hard time with having a lawyer at negotiations. I just don't think we need it. I think we need a lawyer for advisement, but I don't think we need one there. I think paying $150,000 for what's being done is outlandish. And I thought it was great. Issues with Kingsley Bogart in terms of their advice and other things, and I think if we take our whole legal system, legal services out to bid, it might improve some of the things that we have ongoing. And I don't see that coming up for bid at all, although now we have on A6 a bid for providing protection late at night. So it would be new to me to see us take some of our services to bid. My sister was in the legal profession, not a lawyer. Everything went out to bid every year. And I don't know why we don't do this. They've been with us for over 30 years. So my feelings is that this is something that we need to take a look at hard, our legal services, and take it out to bid every year so we find out what type of products are available to us and get better services. And do we need a lawyer at every negotiation? No. So that's my feelings on A2. I will be voting no on A2 because of giving them $150,000 right now. That means they'll be coming up for more later on during the year.
On A2? Or A2, right. Any other comments? Good, then we're have a student vote. Aye. No, we've already had this.
At this point, before student vote, you need to make a motion and get a second to approve A2.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, now we have the proper language. Okay, student vote then.
Aye. No.
And okay. Okay, that motion. Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you for the
Four,
2 votes.
4 yes and 2 no's. Mr. Porter, Ms. Alexander voted no. Everybody else voted yes. And Mr. Nava is absent. Okay. Where are we now?
Next, pull that in.
6, is that, who pulled,
I pulled A6.
comment?
My comment is I think we can solve this in-house. I think we have people available, but we'd love to get the extra opportunity for work, maybe even create a new job description, have them under the thumb of Lodi Unified School District. And I think this is taking services and getting them out of our control. So I'd like to have us have more control over this. We can check all backgrounds of the individuals that we're hiring and have better services provided through our own personnel department. So that's my feeling on this issue. And I'll be voting no on this.
Any other board comments?
I have a quick comment. Well, I will be voting yes on this. I do think that I would like it to come back to us at some point about what we are doing to offer those to our security guards. If there's a need now, I'm assuming there's a need now, and so I would like this to be moved forward. However, I don't want to ever have us look over one of our employees in CSEA for a job. So if there is a way to incorporate both, or at least have the discussion, Mr. Young, I'm looking at.
Yes, Mr. Next, and members of the board, I'd be happy to meet with Leonard Kahn and we can provide the board more information and you can give us direction.
And I would like to have CSA involved in that meeting at some point after you meet, just so that we can, I would love to hear more about outside the box and creating job descriptions. I mean, I think it's a well worth avenue to pursue, but at this point I will be voting yes on this because I do believe there is a need.
Well,
Can I comment?
Ms. Bolton.
Okay.
Real quick question about this, and thanks for pulling it, it makes sense to do so. Is there a contract expiration date, and is that why we're asking for more bids, or?
We've actually run out of budget on the Windwalker firm, so we just thought it'd be a good opportunity. And we're about, most of the needs gonna occur from 7 o'clock at night till 7 o'clock in the morning. And that demand or need tends to rise when we're doing a lot of building, which we are not right now. So it's just a good time to.
So to keep the business going, you do need somebody there till we situate another avenue for.
We need somebody that we can call and have them there in 10 minutes.
Yes, Ms. Porter. Yeah, didn't I just hear you say that we ran out of budget, so we have to go take it out to bid? And we just approved an out of budget for a law firm?
No,
and we didn't take it out to bid?
The answer to the question is, why are we doing this now?
No, I understand why we're doing it now, but you just contradicted what we just did with the law firm, where we used all the money that they were accounted for, and we didn't put that out to bid, but yet we're doing this because Windwalker's budget has been used up. So I feel like because this is part of the public meeting as well, it seems like we're kind of doing things a little bit shaky here.
I can comment on Windwalker. I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on that.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, there's a motion.
Oh, I wanted to further my comment. If we're gonna take this and look at it down the road, why not just do that and table it?
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to see if we can get some business done by asking Mr. Khan if it's okay to be present connected. When is this contract over? Do we not have any more money to pay them, or?
We don't have any more money to pay them right
And
now.
so are our facilities not covered by any sets of security needs right now?
The board has cameras and alarms and everything. Oftentimes, this service is used when we are working, say, on a fire alarm. So the fire alarm is non-functional because we've taken it down so we can replace it or repair it. The board's property is also insured, and we have to find some way to protect it. That person is really there to smell smoke or see fire and call it in, because with the fire alarm being, non-functional, there's no warning if something were to happen to one of the board's buildings. Other than that, all the sites are alarmed, as all of our principals well know. They get a lot of calls, and there we have camera systems that we can see on our cell phones now. So this is really more of a construction item. Sometimes it occurs that we'll send out to bolster services at a site, but again, the primary use of this is from 7 at night to 7 in the morning.
You have a comment?
Can we have a short-term contract with the company while we work on something with our CSA members?
If I may, your contract is good.
Okay.
You have an agreement in place, you just don't have the money to pay them right now. You don't have an approved PO with budget left in it. There's not a lot of need for this service right now, but come summertime, the board is going to be building quite a lot again.
Any other comments?
I agree with Mr. Port. I feel like we should table this and look at it through maybe
So,
a different lens. yes.
Mr. Knaxton, members of the board, you have options as far as you as a board. This is your time to figure out if you want to table it, which means it's coming back in 1 week, one at the next board meeting. Or if you want to, I mean, you don't have to take action on this. And then if we need to bring it back at a later time, we can. Or you can choose to make a motion to approve. Those are different options you have as a board, but at this point, this is a discussion between board members and you need to figure out where you'd like to go from here.
Ms. McFarland?
I was just gonna, we do not have a motion. There has not been a motion by any board member.
There is no motion at this time.
So I would,
But we're not at a place where this is a comment section of it. This is for you as board members. So procedurally, that's up to you, Mr. Knaxton. You're the president, but this is your discussion on the item at this point.
Yeah, I don't think beating this in the ground is going to do much. I think we need a motion either to table this or let's go forward with it.
I make a motion that we table this.
Okay. So now,
So Mrs. Alexander was the first and
who was second?
Me.
Okay.
Everybody seconded.
you can choose who you want as the second. Options.
Mr. Porter would second. Okay, so students, you get to vote on this. Do you want to table this or not?
Aye.
Aye, but I would also like to add, do we not sit on this board too?
We don't, this is not a comment time.
I'm just,
Yeah.
just to speak my mind.
Yeah, and I get it. Thank you, Joseph. I'll look and make sure I'm not violating anything.
Okay, board vote. Is it going to be electronic?
Yes.
yes, you want to table it.
Okay, so.
Making sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
A little crazy tonight.
Okay, so it does pass 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent. Okay, so that item's tabled. Are we, did we do number 6 yet, Ms. Porter? Oh, that was 6.
You are there any other items that were pulled? No? Okay, moving on to consent agenda B.
Okay, here we go. This is consent agenda B, public comments on consent agenda B.
There are no public comments
The
on.
public, well, the public and student representatives may address the board on consent agenda B.
Yeah, I apologize. I messed up.
Student
I'm
discipline
sorry.
cases, each speaker, please limit your time to 3 minutes. Is there anybody who wants to speak on these discipline cases? Probably. Okay. Then we need a motion approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Students, you don't vote on this item. Board vote. Okay, that item does pass 6 with 1 absent. Other action item number 2. Approval of the primary logos for Irma B. Reese and George Washington Elementary Schools. Mr. Young?
Yes, Mr. Knaxton, member of the board, coming before you is the same process for Reese Elementary and George Washington. Earlier I did see the principal from Reese School. If you had questions, but we're just bringing this for approval, and I did receive a text from Gina Lopez to share that she was happy with, the school was happy with the process of determination. Okay, so for your approval.
Okay.
I also talked to Gina, and she was very happy. She said it was almost complete buy-in from the whole student body. So the students are very excited about this logo going into it. Same thing she said.
Any other board comments? Public comments? Okay, student comments? Any other motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Action item OA1.
OA.
OAI 2.
Actually, yes, number 2. Okay, student vote?
Aye.
Aye.
And board vote? It does approve 6-0 and 1 absent.
Yeah.
You good? Okay.
We did them together.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. You're approving those logos.
Okay, item A, other action item number 3. These are proposed revisions to a series of board policies, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Conexted, members of the board, and Superintendent Young. This is a return for action from the report that was brought last week for first consideration.
Okay, any board comments? Any public comments on this item? Student comments? Need a motion?
Motion to approve action for the
Okay, have a-
I second.
Okay, I have a first and a second to approve it. Student vote?
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. And board vote? Okay, item, other action item number 3 passes 6-0, 1 absent. Other item action number 4. Any board comments on this? Well, any comments at all, I guess I should say, Mr. Young?
Before you is the CSBA delegation election. I'm gonna hand it over to Mrs. McFarland, since she is a delegate, and she can explain further, correct? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Young. I would like to make a motion to approve all 3 candidates as listed. For 8A, I'm familiar with all 3, and I would like to move them all 3 forward.
I second.
Okay, very good. Any student comments? Any board comments? Okay, board vote? Oh, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What was your specific, did you?
Are we supposed to vote?
Yes.
I called you to vote.
Oh, I thought you said board vote, so
I didn't, okay. Go ahead, student vote. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, guys. Aye.
Okay. Board, you ready to vote on the screen?
Oh, I said aye. Okay.
And that passes 5-0, 1 absent.
6-0, 1 absent.
6-0, I'm sorry. 6-0, 1 absent. This is what happens, I guess, like. Okay, number 5 then. There's no weapon. Yeah. This is Valley Robotics, Mr. Lambert. Good.
Good evening, President Conexted, members of the board, Superintendent Young. Staff asks you to approve the report that was made at the January 16th board meeting regarding the reorganization of Valley Robotics Academy and Independence High School.
Okay. Staff, any board comments on that? Any other public comments on that? Or student comments? Motion approved. Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Mr. Porter and a second by Mrs. McFarland, I believe. And we're ready for a student vote.
Aye.
Aye.
And board vote. Yeah, that motion passes, it passes 6-0, 1 absent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other item, action number 6, is Lodi Middle School design proposal. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, President Conexted, members of the board, Superintendent Young. Before the board is a normal contract for design services for your school. I thank Superintendent Young for letting me put this as another action item. I'd like to offer a little explanation as to why this is different. This project, the addition of 12 classrooms in what will be an MPR and a gymnasium at Lodi Middle, is a continuation of your Measure U bond. However, this does not exist in the 2018-08 resolution. We brought this item first as an idea in February February of 2022, Resolution 2222, and mentioned to the board that we thought there might be surplus funds in the Measure U accounts when we're all done with 2018-08. Would the board like to consider additional work at additional sites? Board said yes. In September of last year, or of the 23 year, we brought back 23-81 resolution that specifically added scope to this site in Davis. While there's been discussion about this site, extensive discussion about how quickly it's moving, I'd like to remind the board that in its normal Measure U, or its regular Measure U process, the board went to voters in presidential 2016, passed a bond, and did not approve a resolution for implementation until February of 2018. So as we've gotten that implementation resolution from the board in September, this is really moving kind of quickly. So from this point forward, the board approves what is RGA HMC. I get invoices from them with both names. There's a merger recently, but this is the architecture firm that's built a lot of your elementary schools. The two-story tilt-up schools were all designed by RGA, but more recently your Needham project, which we think this work will be modeled after. So they seem like to us to be a great recommendation to the board, and they've had a tremendous track record in the district. So we're asking for approval of this. I'll note that it says the estimated fee is $1.8 million. We asked for a change in their language because we thought their construction estimate cost was a little high, upon which their 7% fee is predicated. So we prefer to see what the cost of this build will be at the bid, and then we'll assign the 7%. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So we're basically voting on the design, not so much.
You're voting on the design, yes.
Okay, are there any board comments?
I have questions.
Okay, Ms. Alexander.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Khan. I just had a couple of questions. You know, I taught on that campus for 29 years, so I don't think this has gone very quickly, to be honest with you, I'm just saying. But I appreciate wholeheartedly where we are right now, and Measure U has allowed us to be there. Can you give me, and I know it's just an approximation of, if it's not approved tonight, what the process or what happens? Does it stop? If it is approved, is there a timeline of when this all could begin?
If the design contract is not approved, then everything stops. The board has nothing to build yet. This is the purpose of the architecture designing the site. So the result of this will be what will be first a submission to DSA for approval, and then once that's approved, it'll be in the basis of a bid document that goes out to the market. So if it is approved, I would say 4 to 5 months for submittal to DSA, 3 to 4 months for approval, 6 weeks to bid the approved documents, and then you're out to the races.
And how much flexibility do we have if we run into problems down the line with plans and redesigns and everything? That all has to be brought forward again for approval if there's any changes, correct?
Well, I would hope once we have a DSA approved document, we don't change it. That's where expenses start running. But again, this process, the design process will take 5 months on the outside, I think. And the history of this board has been the staff basically determines how and how much, but the site and their architect determines what and where. So there will be extensive staff meetings designing what will actually be built. That will be brought back to the board for approval, and of course the facilities committee will be involved at this point from this point on if this is awarded tonight as well.
that was my last question, which thank you for answering. The staff input and the site input, I think is critical. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
I do.
Okay.
Other than what day do we break ground, which you know that's been my question and Mr. Hartley's question for probably 2 years, and I know you're tired of us asking that. This is all great. So if you're talking 5 months to approve the design, that means it's going to be close to the beginning of school. I know you're capable of doing this because we did it at Lodi High. I want to make sure that our students aren't disrupted and that we're moving as quick as possible and we don't stop because now it's fall or it's going to be winter and we want to wait. So my biggest concern with this is that I've been told for months and probably over a year that it's coming. And I know you're going. So I want to make sure that we're up and running before you're gone and that this is underway because by the time we reacclimate with the new Mr. Khan, I don't want this to wait another year or a year and a half, and then I don't want to hear, well, now we're going to wait for the next bond. So those are my concerns. You and I have talked about this a lot. I just want to make sure that when we get through this 5 month, that we are moving and we are starting, and we're not slowing down till we're finished. I know you're looking at me and I'm looking at you. Thank you.
No, I don't. There's money's not going to be an issue. You're going to have surplus left in Measure U. Lodi Middle's in the path of growth, so your developer fee money applies here, and there's this KIP fund can actually fund all of the equipment and some of the construction that goes in the NPR room for a new kitchen too.
So my other question before we go, when we're looking at the replacing the 12 existing portables with classrooms, we had talked a lot about science classrooms. So I want to make sure because those are not going to be portable, they're going to be prefab. Will they be water and science accessible and be ready to go?
Certainly.
That's right, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Just making sure.
Any other board comments? Okay, any public comments on this item? Ms. Headley?
Well, I know Mr. Khan knows that I have interest in this, as I gave him an outline of what I thought we should have at this school. A huge number of our students, a large portion, are going to go to this school. And schools last 50, 60 years. So it's really important that we do this correctly. I just want to make sure that we did not under design it. Okay, so when we're talking about a gym and a multi-purpose room, it's so important for our students, especially these days, that they have a place to go after school, that we can run actual games, that we have places that have bleachers and things for spectators to be there, that we have appropriate bathrooms. And I'm not so sure that I think that as I looked at the plans, it looked like there's only 2 science classrooms. I just want to make sure that we don't say, oh, we're going to just do the minimum to get by, because this is our chance to do something really great for our students. They walk in and they have this great facility. And so I'm concerned if you're approving the design plan today, that, and I only saw part of this, is that those issues that I just talked about are taken care of, and I don't know what the flexibility is. I know that we don't want to go what happened to McNair. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but we had lots of changes, and the school cost us a ton of money because things had to be fixed and then refixed and redone. And so you want to start out with a really good plan. And I'm not sure that, I don't know if you've seen a more detailed plan than what I've seen, but are there bleachers?
There's nothing yet. You're hiring the architect to draw this.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we give them a list of what you want. And that's what I did when we built our home. I had a list for every room, made sure that we had it done. I don't want to end up at Lodi High with a gym that doesn't have adequate or no bathrooms attached to the gym. I saw that there are bathrooms attached, but I want to make sure that they're adequate for the large number of people that we're hoping to be there. And a multi-purpose room, you know, are we going to ask them to have a stage so that they can do performances? I mean, these are important issues, and we all, some of you know that I was really in favor of putting in a beautiful two-story complex where we could host lots of things with our technology, and kids could have maker spaces and the kinds of things that we would do in today's world. So that's where I'm, you know, I'd be glad to look over your plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yeah, so I am not in disagreement that Lodi Middle needs some major modernization. I just kind of feel like with a lot of this Measure U money that some of the North Stockton sites have really been overlooked. For example, Park Lane. Park Lane has deteriorating facility. They have rats in the ceiling. And I'm not seeing a big push for anyone to fix that issue. So, you know, I'm not in disagreement, and I realize that I'm just not sure why some sites aren't getting the attention they need. And that is my question. Thank you.
Come on up.
Good evening, Ron Heberly. I have a lot of the similar concerns about Lodi Middle. There are lots of different pots of money that would be routine restricted maintenance that would address other schools and so forth. Tonight the issue is the plan for Lodi Middle, and one of the things I heard at a previous meeting was the possibility that the multipurpose room / gym is going to be a practice gym, which means you cannot hold any kind of regulation games there. And I want to make sure that it is going to be regulation game size, that you can do volleyball and basketball, whatever activities you want to do there. And if you're going to have those kinds of activities, I don't think anybody really expects a large bleacher section. That just takes up way too much room. It'd be great, don't get me wrong. But if there was, on one side, even some bleacher space, because what happens is the kids come in, the bags drop, and it just takes up a lot of room. And so I want to make sure that the multi-purpose room is adequate to the proper size, that even Parks and Rec could rent it out. We have a great mutual contracts with the city, and we all know that keeping kids occupied in a positive way will prevent them from being active in a negative way. So that's my only question and concern. We need to do it. We need to do it right. I think Lodi High, Tokay High, and Needham are the first three major projects with a bunch of smaller projects all over the district. This would be another major one, so let's think about it and get it right. I would say, sure, go ahead and move forward. And if you as the board do decide that let's make sure it's regulation size, let's give it a little extra room so that we can do 2-row, 3-row bleachers. That could be like an add-alt that we've done at other projects. And you could say, yeah, thinking about it, we can now add that extra space to it and it doesn't stop the project. So anyway, that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Early. Any other comments? Student comments? No? Okay. I need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve and move forward
Middle School.
Okay, we have a first and second to approve the motion. Okay, student vote.
Aye.
And board vote.
Who was the second, please?
Board vote. Motion is approved, 6 with 1 absent. 6-4, one absent. Okay, Mr. Khan, we're looking at a whole series of board policy rules in your reports.
Thank you, President Connected, members of the board, Superintendent Young. As in the previous board meeting and certainly many board meetings prior from other cabinet officials. This is a first reading of several policies. There are no changes other than technical changes to align with CSBA. This is a grouping of risk management policies and some M&O policies as well.
So there's some commas and some periods out of place.
Yeah, or maybe there's some language, slight language change from the CSBA, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay, any student comments on this? Any public comments? You have a comment? Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to find which one it is. There's so many of them. So a couple of things in here. There's board policy 3516.5 about emergency schedules, and then also emergency 3516 on emergency and disaster preparedness plan. And in that, it does talk about site closures due to fire on or off school grounds, earthquake, natural disasters, environmental hazards such as a blown transformer. Nowhere in here, though, and includes medical emergencies, such as and quarantine, such as pandemics and influenza outbreak, which is a new line. It's nice to have policies and rules, but again, we don't have any procedures. So my teachers who have been having to work in a call center like environment, and the students who are trying to learn but can't hear their teachers because there's so many other teachers talking over them. Like I said, rules and policies are great, but you need to have procedures. And where are they? I'd like to see where those are in your emergency plans. Thank you.
Any comments? Any board comments? Okay. Then we are ready to move on to the next section, the proposed board policy rule 1113, district and school websites. Mr. Young.
Yeah, Mr. Connected, members of the board, this is coming back to you. This was brought earlier. It was pulled from the list.
Supposed to vote on the last one?
No, it's a report. It'll come back next time.
Just making sure.
And so there were some concerns that were brought. I believe Shar Alexander had some concerns about the term looking at guidelines when there was no specificity. So we went back and looked at staff, and we are sharing that revision with you to specify as it pertains to website content, matches up with what we already do with social media, I believe, and it's now listed specifically in that policy. So this is just coming back as a report.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
And it'll come back as an action item next time.
Unless
Okay.
you hear otherwise.
Okay, Ms. Alexander, what's it?
Thank you for remembering to bring this up again. Just a couple of questions about looking at the content managers and the fact that they should be employees. And then there's just a couple, I think that each site should have specific people so that at any time you could call and say, hey, who's the web person? But I feel like also, when you put that responsibility on somebody, does this then fall as an adjunct kind of a duty to people? Because I know what it's like managing a website, and to do that for the school site requires a lot. So how does that look, or how do you see that looking on a site per se?
So right now, your high schools already manage a lot of the content. For example, for athletics, students now go through a website, their school website. Athletes need to submit paperwork. Sherry, I don't have the specific answers at the high school who is managing that kind of work. I can tell you, in talking to one athletic director, that they and their secretary are involved in that process. I know as it pertains to CIF, they're also working alongside Aaron Aiken for consistency's sake. But elementary sites, that is handled at the district level. If individuals, per the rule and policy, want to add pieces to it for their own teacher webpage, that's a process that's spelled out. So really at the high school level, I'd have to do some more research to get you those answers and look to see, I'd have to look at where we even are with tech leads that have been at sites in the past and where we are at that process. So I'll need to research some of that and get you answers, okay?
You can have that for us for next week.
And it also mentioned, what Lisa brought up about, it said, I think the superintendent or the designee will set up procedures to do that. And is that something that you would decide on and let us know? Or?
I have not been involved other than to make sure we're trying to support elementary sites in having consistency on our website so parents know where to go on it. It's really at that high school level where it becomes more detailed. But we have a public information officer. She's really dealing with a lot of the pieces of communication. If it needs to go through cabinet because there's a unique request from a school site, we would make a determination where it needs to go. But you have a webmaster, you also have a public information officer, and you have a director of technology who are looking at it from multiple angles. And that would be presented perhaps from a school site, so you have multiple people involved with that.
Which would be awesome.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other board comments? Okay. Yes.
This is sort of going with your question. Does this fall in line with like our social media accounts? Like for our sports, you had brought up sports, because we advertise like our games really heavily on our individual social media accounts. Like we have a football one that just is for our football and our tennis one. For advertising those games, are they supposed to go through our website now, or
No, I'm sorry.
That's about.
To answer Joseph's question, this is more about, if you look at the specifics of what we're trying to stay away from, it has more to do with the types of material that are not appropriate. But as far as a social media account that is sharing specific information about the football program, or it could be ag, or it could be something else, this is about the website that we have. This is about giving guidance in that way. It's not a social media piece. That's a whole separate piece.
Okay, any public comments?
Hi, so I am looking at the rule, I think it's the rule, that's a policy 1113, and at the bottom they talk about privacy rights. So I know that parents can opt out their students for getting any pictures posted on the websites. So I guess one of my questions is, it doesn't kind of really address that, and then I wanted to know who would be monitoring that. And then the same for teachers. There are teachers who don't want to be posted on social media, and so or maybe other school employees for that matter. So how do school employees, adults, go about if they do not want to have their picture posted on on a website, how do they opt out of that? And then who is making sure that those wishes are being followed?
As it pertains to minors, Chelsea is diligent about working with school sites to look specifically at Aries and their request as parents as to whether or not they are included. As far as an employee goes, that's not part of our policy or rule, but certainly if someone does not want to be a part of our website, they are welcome to talk to their principal, and that can certainly be shared with Mark and Peter so that we can do our best to not violate that. We know there are unique circumstances, and we would certainly respect that. But this, this is in no way, trying to force someone to be on the website.
Okay.
So that to me is less about the policy, that's more about communication and making sure we're protecting people or removing them that don't want to be a part of it. As far as employees, even though they are public employees, minors are a whole different ballgame, and we respect the parents' wishes in that case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other board comments before we go? Okay, Dr. Selle, Local Control Accountability Update, also known as LCAP, our mid-year update.
Thank you, President Knackstead. I'm going to join Ms. Jennifer Harris at the table.
And as they're getting ready, members of the board, just so you know, you do have in your bylaws that we attempt to complete our board meetings by 10 p.m. But you as a board can also look at that. We could always bring reports back at a later point if you needed to.
I think we can make it. Talk fast.
Thank you, President Knackstead, members of the board, and Mr. Young. Tonight we have a new requirement of the LCAP process. CDE has introduced the mid-year report this 23-24 year. And we will be meeting again in 5 weeks at a study session, which we've done annually for many years, the LCAP study session, where we'll be providing much more detailed information about next year's LCAP planning process, as we've been in the last few months collecting data and input from education partners and community groups and bargaining groups, and we'll be continuing with that prior to the March 12th meeting. There are also some additional requirements for the next upcoming LCAP that we just learned about in the last couple of weeks, which we'll share with you at that time. But for tonight, I just want to present our coordinator for LCAP, Ms. Jennifer Harris, and she's going to give you this year's mid-year update.
Right, so this should be pretty short and sweet. If you could go on to the next slide. Basically, this is just your update on where we were on November 30th in terms of spending and in terms of data. So some of our data points have already been measured and are already ready to go into our end of the year LCAP. And then others we're still pending, we're still waiting on additional data. When you look at our funds expensed, these are from 11/30. This does not include anything that is pending or encumbered. This is just what was officially expensed. So you can look down at each goal and see the percent. Obviously, when you look at goal 4, you see that there's only 15% expended, and that's because this was a new goal this year. The actions under this took a little more planning, a little more thought. I can tell you that many of them are in place now, and we should be in line with the other ones. Another note for this is that we are using a lot of ESSER funds to make things happen. I also kind of put my ESSER hat on during enhanced learning, and I'll use ESSER or other enhanced learning funds when at all possible. So things we might have purchased under, let's say, goal or action 0105, we will now be purchasing with ESSER funds as often as we can because it aligns with our plans, and those are one-time funds. We're also doing kind of the same thing with our emergency learning recovery block grant. However, that will be coming to you with a plan next year too. That's another new requirement. So next slide. So these are some of the highlights based on our metrics. These are the things that we are doing well. Most actions are being partially implemented. Some are already at the full implementation. Staff is hired. Those are very exciting things, especially when we're looking at how many bilingual paraeducators we've funded out of this, as well as how many community liaisons. We've increased those numbers drastically this year. 7.4% increase in EL reclassification. We've seen some improvement in math. When we look at our 11th graders achieving standard met or above in ELA on our SBAC, that was a great increase, so that's exciting to see. We've spent a lot of time on attendance as a district, and so seeing that improvement by 4%. And then the chronic absenteeism, that 8.6% has been outstanding. Our subgroups that have put us into differentiated assistance have also all shown improvement, and one really exciting metric is our foster youth population. It no longer qualifies for differentiated assistance, and we just found that out recently. And then our high school graduation rates improved for foster youth and students with disabilities. Next slide. Some things that we're working on, these are some reflections we've had, and we're working with our differentiated assistance team on some of these items as well as other departments. I've been collaborating with our CTE coordinator and with our wonderful admin team as well as sites and looking at CTE pathway completion. We kind of have a little homeless, our students experiencing homeless task force, and we're looking at different ways we can support. Some of the ways we're doing it right now are through Huntington Learning Center with ESSER funds, and then we obviously have a lot of things in place to improve attendance and get them to school. Working on state seal of biliteracy, looking to increase graduation rates, always looking for growth on our SBAC, and then we're continuing to work on reduction of suspensions. So that is the executive summary. I open it up to you for questions.
Do we have any questions? You look like you're ready to go.
Ready to go. I just was curious because, and you talked about the expenditures, we're not even at 50%. Does that money roll over next year? Does it go back into the general? What happens to that money if we don't use it all?
Well, good question. Generally, it would roll, we end up with fallout, typically is the language I think that we use in this district, as Mr. Khan frequently addresses. We are, as she mentioned on this particular slide, that's fully expended, so there's a lot that's already encumbered also. So these numbers are actually, if we put with encumbered, those numbers would probably all be above 50% sans the last goal, which is the smallest number. So the funding we expect to be as close to expending as possible, with the exception of some vacant positions that are hidden in there that, you know, the fallout that we talked about. So we are on track, and that's one of the purposes of this mid-year report, is to make sure we're on track with our spending. Generally, the funds would roll. There'd be some funds in here that may not, but typically they're going to fall out and roll into the next budget.
Have we ever gone over that you know of?
Over budget? I don't think we've bounced checks yet. But I haven't been here, maybe Mr. Khan is a member yet.
Thank you.
I can assure you we will not go over this.
Thanks.
Rule 1, don't bounce checks.
Any other comments here?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. This is yours. How are you? How's Matt?
Great.
Good. On goal 1 metrics, and so you can explain this to me, which one of your slides, I think it's slide number 8. You have 15 metrics, 8 metrics do not have an update available. So that means more than 50% have not been measured. 50%. Why is that?
So some of them are data from our surveys or that we have not yet received as of 11/30. Others would be like our iReady data. We don't have that data quite yet. Our staffing data has not been certified, so we're not able to use those metrics. Not all of our Williams Act paperwork has funneled through ARE. So there are several metrics that we look at that have not yet been measured. Doesn't mean they're not being monitored.
Right.
It just means that what goes in the LCAP is not actually ready for us yet,
Okay.
which would be common because we're not all the way through the year.
I have a question about your 7.4% EL reclassification. Wasn't that state required that we change how we do reclassification, or is that just something we did?
The EL reclassification, we made some minor adjustments to the cut points and whatnot, but they're mainly in favor of cleaning up issues. One example we used prior to last year, the start of last year, we were looking at all grades in looking at reclassification, and rather than looking at just their English scores. So we ran into some situations, really discovered situations where a PE score might be poor and a failure, and that may have been a tripping point. So we made sure we were only measuring relevant data, so that was one change. But this was a concerted effort, and I believe we'll continue to see growth in EL. It's a big jump. I think we can still see good jumps.
Would you say that, Ms. Shears, that most of these percentages that are beyond your reclassification are statistically just
Minimal, yes.
not even, I mean, just like kind of in statistics, they say there's no trend here really. It's not enough to show. So on goal 1, there's not really much to talk about other than your reclassification. On goal 2, I noticed that you said we got 1 point closer to standard in ELA. What does that mean?
So we look at distance from standard as another way to measure how we are. So basically it takes the average of where you are and then how close you are to standard. So the smaller the number, the better you are. So like we might be 60 something points from standard one year, and then we're hoping to be 30 points from standard the next year. So we want to be closer and closer to that goal of students meeting standard as our average.
And then my last question. So you're gonna come back later and give us a full rundown
Yes.
on this? Because I see like chronic absenteeism on goal 3, slide 14. We've improved on that significantly, which I think is outstanding. How are we doing within certain marginalized groups?
So we'll be, when we come back at that meeting, we'll be going through the demographics and really going into that data. This is really just a snapshot to let the board know that we are doing work for the LCAP and that we're spending your resources and that the plan that we put in place collectively is in action.
I think it's a good work. I love the snapshot. I love the data. It really tells me a lot of where we are, where we're not, which is okay. We can get better. So I want to thank you, and thank you very much, and you, Mr. Dr. Solomon.
Any other board comments? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Young, we're at the proposed reorganization of the Business Service Department. I know it's kind of a long one. Can we do this in 10 minutes or?
Yes.
Okay, go for it then.
Mr. Khan is retiring. He is the CBO. And what I have before you is another way of looking at it for the board to consider. Because we are a large district of 27,000 students, one person responsible for all operations and all of our fiscal services during a time when there are many CBO positions open and few applicants. This is another way of looking at it. If you keep going, Michael, what we would be looking at doing, go back one slide please, is eliminating the CBO position and then creating a position to oversee the fiscal services and a position to oversee the operations in the district. And then from there, it would be to bring back job descriptions if that's the direction you want me to go. This is either A, a critical position that we continue to post, or B, having two positions to oversee both aspects. And then the third piece of that would be upon hiring people, if this is the direction you want to go, they would then need to look at their departments on how they want to organize them. I didn't include myself in that process because I am not intimately involved in understanding all aspects of a fiscal service department, nor have I sat down with all the different operations to look at the needs. There are things like whether or not there's an interest in an upcoming bond measure, looking at a position that has been vacant for a while, such as a director of facilities and planning. And so that would be the responsibility if that's the direction you want to go. To me, I think the most important thing is, if you go to the last page, what it does is it just, back one more, it does show you what the cost is, which includes the required statutory benefits of eliminating at the current salary of a CBO, of our CBO, excuse me. And then I chose to look at the area director level, which if you look at the administrative salary schedule, it would not be a contract, it would be on the salary schedule, and it would be at the same level as the area directors. So in fact, they would act like an area director over fiscal services or over operations. So I present that to you, and I am seeking direction. One more page. This is what I am wanting to know what the board wants to do. So I bring this before you for your consideration as to whether or not you want me to move forward with this direction and bring it back to you for action, or not.
Okay, this is not an action item right
This is
second.
not. This is just seeking board direction.
Okay. Students, do you have any comments? Or any public comments? What you hear from the board?
Hi, Ann Suela Garcia, teacher, stakeholder, good evening. So I think Mr. Young said lots of open positions and not enough people applying, so we're gonna make this a really competitive salary. That's ironic to me, and that's a lot of money. And we've talked about declining enrollment, so if we have declining enrollment, we need less teachers, so do we need to keep filling positions at the district office level? Thank you. Superintendent Young, members of the board. So I talked about status quo earlier, and I understand that this reorganization would be, in a way, changing up the status quo. The issue that I have is the cost. $187,000 a year, where, again, we can't hire paras, we can't hire bus drivers, and it just seems that, and we can't hire teachers, that the top-down structure is getting more and more bloated, and that to me is not necessarily the right direction to go. We have tried, Mr. Young said that we have a facilities and planning that's open. The other thing that I don't like about this is if we really want to shake up the status quo and do something different, I do not believe that these postings will be available to anybody outside the district, anybody who's not already here. That's kind of what happened when we hired Mr. Young. And this seems to be what happens whenever we have a new position in this ivory tower here. So if we really want to do something different, if we want this return for approval and do something different, then I am going to insist that these positions be open to people outside of our district who have a different perspective and maybe can do things a little bit better. For example, in accounting right now, we can't purchase, my teachers can't purchase things at Smart and Final and a couple other places because we haven't paid their invoices. Because we have so much staff turnover over there. maybe there's a better way. Right now in risk management, there are things that are going on that are against, I think they're against the law, and ed code. So we need something different. So I'm asking the members of the board that if you do consider this, then we need to look outside of this organization to get a different perspective, a different way of doing things, that for that $187,000 a year that they want to spend, we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. Thank you.
Any further comments? Board comment? Okay.
Can I,
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Ball, did you want to talk?
No,
Did you, I thought you were getting Go ahead. My questions are, I'm looking under the proposed reorganization structure. Do we have a head of M&O right now?
Yes, there's a director of maintenance operations.
Okay. And do we have a head of F&P?
We have no director of facilities and planning.
So we're doing a lot of construction, we have leaks, transformers, but we don't have any F&P. So right now we need somebody to oversee all of them, is that correct?
If you go back, Michael,
I'm looking at slide number,
so if you were to look at this slide that I have up, it illustrates
that's the same one.
how they would be broken up. So right now I list facilities and planning because you have a budgeted position
Right.
as director of facilities and planning. As of right now, Mr. Khan is taking on a more active role.
But we have an opening for that.
We do have a vacancy in the director of
So
facilities and planning.
am I to assume that Mr. Khan takes care of all these right now? Not both sides?
He is your CBO and he oversees both the fiscal house and the operations side of the house.
Now, on technology, don't we have a director of technology?
We do.
So why would, so executive director would be a step above director, is that what you're saying?
So the executive director would oversee all the departments and within operations.
Right.
So they would supervise all of those. And in the fiscal side of it, they would oversee all the fiscal side of the house.
So you'd have, yeah, okay, I'm just trying to get this in my head.
Got it.
I'm surprised how much Mr. Khan has been doing. Not surprised, I knew that you would say Superman, but this is quite a large setting here.
And certainly, board, if you want to stay with the CBO position, we can do that as well. This is just giving a different way of looking at overseeing.
No, I'm just
a
trying
big
to
district.
digest
Yeah.
this and ask you questions, that's
Yeah.
all. And then risk management, that would be handling, but doesn't that handled by our insurance carrier? Don't they do our own risk management?
No, we have a risk management department, and they are involved in.
So then what's Keenan do in terms of risk management?
I'm going to have to turn that over to Leonard to answer any questions currently.
So your risk management handles all the contact with people initially with workers' comp and any type of liability claims. They when they visit sites, they also, catalog liability deficiencies. What Keenan does is that Keenan is the manager of the pools that the board belongs to. The board, in essence, self-insures in a consortium of other districts, and Keenan actually manages the purchase of insurance, the claim adjustment. So they basically handle the insurance
I was under the
function.
impression that insurance company comes in and does their risk management as they set up their policy, but maybe I'm looking at it differently. Anyway, this is a lot to digest, and I'm glad we have a chance to look at it before we do anything with it. Thank you very much for answering our question.
You have comments?
I just was curious, it's amazing to be retiring, Mr. Khan, and to, I'm surprised that there's not 14 positions open with all that you do. Other districts that are our size, do they run basically a CBO? Do they split it this way? I mean, I feel like there's a lot going on that Mr. Khan has been doing. But for our district size, do other districts, has that been looked into?
Yes, thank you for that question. So right now, looking at districts of similar size that have openings, I'm not looking at a district of 4,000.
Right.
I'm looking at pretty much from about 17,000 upwards of 35, 45,000 ADA, enrollment. So recently I was part of a statewide superintendent symposium, and there were a lot of trainings that were put on. One of those trainings I went to was talking about the future of CBO positions. Part of that conversation was also looking at alternatives, because there is a shrinking pool of people who have a unique skill set overseeing such diverse needs in a school district. So I had time at the end to meet with people who have been in business services, and what they are sharing is this is becoming a model that is more frequent, to have more of a chief finance officer and a chief operations person. So it's an alternative model. I can't give you all the districts that are doing it, but I can tell you in my conversations with business people, this is becoming a different way of looking at the business of the district, not the educational side of the district.
Well, in the past, we've had it, it's been separated in the past, I mean, years ago.
You're gonna date yourself, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I mean, it's, as I recall,
I mean,
to the best of my knowledge.
so knowing that we had in my recent time, Doug Barch, Tim Hearn, and now Leonard Kahn over a period of time, in the recent history, I know we have had that CBO position. I can't speak prior to that. I haven't looked at that necessarily.
But you've been around it, right?
No comment.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a couple of questions. One, I'm in favor of this. The price tags, I gotta wrap my head around, it's gonna take me some time. But I do like the fact that we're separating it out, because I do think for a period of time in business, everything was lumped together. And while this bodes well for Leonard, he got to see everything and managed it and was able to be the puppeteer, so in a positive way. He was able to see it all in one scope. I think it's impossible, near impossible, to find someone with this level of skill, knowing the pool that's out there, and looking for superintendents. And then when you're doing the search for superintendent, for those of you that don't understand or haven't had that fortunate experience, they send you everything for different positions, and CBO was a very interesting one. There are none. And the ones that are out there, I would be very concerned. I think if we would be looking for a needle in a haystack for another Leonard, and maybe we don't want another Leonard, maybe we want somebody else. What I'm saying is what he did was amazing for our district, and the skill and the knowledge that he brings on all of these. Risk management, for instance, it's a single line item. It's how do you assess risk for a district? That has so many moving parts, and that is one thing I'm very familiar with, and that is, what is it, 1/10 or however many there are, I haven't even counted them, of the knowledge that Mr. Khan possesses. I think we would be looking truly for a needle in a haystack, and I like the separation of maintenance and operation on one side with the technology and transportation and nutrition, and then I like the financial side a little separate. Just my personal opinion coming from outside business, I like the way this lays out. Again, the price tag is hard to swallow. We have lots of needs in this district, and I do think, Leonard, you were underpaid. Looking at these other two, maybe you should throw in one more year. But these numbers are tough knowing everything we have to do. But I do think that they are in the fair market, having looked at it a little bit. Again, when I'm doing superintendent searches, it's going to take a little digestion for me. But I do appreciate, and I would back separating the two out. Just my opinion.
And if I could respond, one of the challenges is looking at our existing administrator salary schedule, looking at our controller who oversees accounting, and trying to figure out where you're going to place a position that now has supervision over the entire department. It can't be at the same level. So I had some limitations within our salary structure of the management salary schedule. I also know recently with the Ed Services reorg, we did create that area director level. So I'm trying to see it through that viewpoint. And I should have said this before, part of the discussion at that symposium for superintendents from across the state is the fact that the governor actually has set aside money because he's realizing there aren't people able to go into this CBO position because of the uniqueness of it. But part of that direction I'm hearing is if you were to go forward, and if there's consensus there, I also need to look at additional ways we can have savings. I know, we have a tremendous savings that we're looking at with the reorganization of our the site at our Independence, and so we're trying to find ways to have savings, and if that's the case, then I can also look at what we need to do. Is there a way that we can have savings in other ways within this reorg? So I certainly get that, and I feel the weight of that.
Any other board comments? Okay, I'll just weigh in real quickly. I think this is good out-of-the-box thinking. I think it's something that we definitely would want to look at because it's going to be very difficult to replace somebody like Leonard who does essentially a job of two people at any cost. So, okay then, is it for board comment? All right.
So then I will move forward with the next steps in that, and we'll see where we want to go from there. Okay?
Unless Leonard takes back his paperwork.
Yes.
Well, yeah, if that,
Come on, Leonard.
No pressure.
Want to be with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to, my hardest is to stay close to 10, but any board advisory committee reports? Nope. Any other comments from the board then?
Yeah, a couple.
Go for it.
I'm gonna let Jeff go first.
Okay, Jeff.
I don't want to step on any toes.
That's all right.
Okay, but I finally got my health back. As the board knows, I was in some issues with it. I got a new hip, but anyway. So I was finally able to go visit schools again. I'm invited to a bunch of them, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I got pages of notes, and I asked everybody from crossing guards to principals to share what they thought shined about their school. And so I just want to share a few things. I'm going to bore some of you, and feel free. I mean, I don't care. Anyway, so I'm going to start. Leroy Nichols, Lindsay Streeter's principal there, and I talked to her, and she talked to the staff, and they're really happy with the school community, which I heard all over the district. I was mostly in Lodi, not North Stockton that much. And they have Friday clubs, and that's a good way for the teachers to meet some of the younger students, because a lot of these students come from disadvantaged homes, and I guess you would say upper, lower class, or lower working class. And so it was a good relationship building things. There's also 9 preschools on the campus, 7 that have autism, and they've been able to move 20 of the 75 students into less restrictive environments in it, moving it along in different preschools, pre-K, kindergarten. I get mixed up, but the county office knows about the great job that Leroy Nichols is doing. I heard from the county office. So they know what's going on there, and they know the teachers there and stuff. And so give a shout out to Delaney Sharon, I think is the way you pronounce her married name. She's a 3rd grade teacher. I think it's her 2nd year. And I got a thank you from her. She's a friend of a daughter of mine. She's been inviting me to her class. And rather than just say, thanks for coming and visiting me, thanks, it was great to see you. She said, thank you for coming and visiting my students. They feel like they're caught in the middle, and seeing somebody from the office made them feel important. So that felt good for me, not the students. So that's just a little, there's tons of other stuff, but kind of keep this short. Flip over, the school's real close to me, and I can hear when she reads the bulletin on Monday morning. It's Gina Lopez over at very dynamic woman over at Washington School. And they've done some other neat things there, and that's another school with a huge and really well-known early childhood education for severely handicapped, mentally and physically there, and it's also well-known at the county office. And I know that because my wife works there and the teachers and stuff. So she was connecting with some of the teachers there and some of the admin, Gina, the admin, about, you know, different programs they offer, and she sees some of them coming their programs there at the county office. So it was really good to feel that our district is known for having really good programs and good communication over there. And also there was an essay contest called Community Transformed, and it was featured in the paper. It was the ACT project. Just getting some of the names here. But one of the kids that won, and they kind of like a Make-A-Wish Foundation, he went on kind of shopping spree, and he brought it to his group home. He wanted to share his prize with the other kids in the group home that he was with. So that was in the paper a little while ago. This is one of the things. And also, talking about bringing in, the principal was really happy. She was using Prop 28 funds, and she brought in, this is bringing in different cultures to the school. And Ms. Lopez is a Choctaw native, so this is kind of an important issue to her. And I heard two different stories. They made some drums, and I heard it was elk or goat hide that they stretched. I'm not sure which. And anyway, it was really fun for them. They said they had a couple people come down from the district office to share it, so they could explain the connection culture and everything. And anyway, this is, did I leave the pom-pom at home? The hanging part. Wow. And it's not a flimsy thing. Cool. And it's, I thought it actually was a quadrant at first. I guess it's sitting on the kitchen table. Okay, well I got most of it. So anyway, this is one that one of the participants built. Oh, it's back here. I'm done. So anyway, you know, it's heard, and all the kids, it's really something to keep forever. So I would like to present Dr. Stolley with his drum. You're welcome.
And we're going to spotlight him playing it at the next board meeting, okay?
And one other thing, and I'll be quiet, is I'd like to give a shout out. It sounds kind of funny coming from an old man, to Chelsea Bogner over there. My wife participated. She was supposed to lock herself in her room and watch this Thursday. It was called the Women's thing. My wife was supposed to at the county office lock herself in the room and watch it. She goes, she had just finished her budget. She took a comp day because she works on Saturdays. She came home and ended up watching most all of the program. She said it had amazing women in it, and you did a really great job of hosting or emceeing it, and she wanted me to let you know that. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'll save the other schools for later.
Okay.
So I just wanted to share good things.
Okay, we have any other board comments? Okay.
I'll make it quick. I just have two comments. First of all, Becky Freeman, I work with her, it's okay, a rock star. She took that program and it was not in good shape, and she's turned it into a powerhouse. And I know her frustration in that you have passion to do things and try and get them done, and you hear no. And you're trying to push the boundary a little bit, and get things, and get kids moving, get things done, go into different events, and you hear no. It's the easiest answer for an administrator. Instead of how can I help you do it, how can I achieve the goals, you get no. And she's been good circumventing that. If I was an administrator, I'd get out of her way, let her do her thing, and just ask her what she needs. Those kids are great, it's a great program, and I got nothing but respect for her. She's one of the best teachers I've ever seen. The other thing I have is, this was a pet peeve of mine, when the transformer went down at McNair, and we had to go remote, my first thing was, teachers will go home. That's not what happened. And I was told why, and I struggle with that. I don't understand why the teachers can't go home. I was told it was because of MOUs. And I don't know why the union and, let me finish, and the exec board cabinet can't get together quickly, 10-minute phone call, and get those teachers at home where they can get things done. All you're doing is moving teachers from one area where they've been struggling, now they don't have power, place them in another area where they feel uncomfortable, it's like a call center. Instead, they could be home, getting things done, and making it very positive. And just ask them, work with them, give them that respect. I mean, if you're gonna work on collaboration, getting things done, you have to have people buy in. When they're told they have to work in this huge room, that's not good. They're professionals. They deal with kids every day with issues that are just unbelievable. They don't have the luxury of a nice bathroom that's clean all the time. They're dealing with Freddy the cockroach in the bathroom, if they can get there. And all the students that deal with all the issues. So just give them that segment of the chance to go home, do their work, be professional, treat it that way. I really struggled with what has been happening with McNair and how the teachers were dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Connector. I just wanted to share a little trip that I took with Ms. Miller at the gate sites to Live Oak and Vinewood. In fact, I went to your daughter's classroom, Dr. Tully. Bright kids, great teacher. They were so eager to learn. She calls them her coaching adventures with the gate program kids. Gate apparently, which I did not know, most of my kids attended it, but it is not mandated by the state. But Lodi School District, as amazing as it is, provides it to our children, and we have great teachers who participate in it. So thank you. And I will do it again with her, and we'll go on some more coaching adventures with her. I do want to, in plain simple words, I felt really bad for our FFA kids today. I wish we had enough time for them. I understand we have protocols to follow. I'm not the one who would want any one of us to break that. There is a set time, and I wish we were able to listen to them. I would love to hear from them more. They have our email address. Tell them to please write. Tell them to come again if they can, if they need to, and we'll be more than happy to talk to them. I would personally want to know more and help solve, with your help, of course, Mr. Young, what we can for the FFA kids and the teacher there. And you've been very kind in keeping us informed about our McNair situation. It's definitely discouraging to hear that our teachers don't have a good spot. If I did not know, thanks for mentioning that, Mr. Porter, MOUs kind of hold us back from doing things that the district can do. If there are things that we can help solve for the teachers, I think we should make every effort to do so. So they have a place to teach them properly.
You have another comment?
Yeah.
May I say something?
No. We'll talk to you after the meeting.
It has been presented. All I want to say.
I just wanted to say, as a teacher who went through distance learning, I know how tough it is. I know. And students and Joseph, what you've had to do, I think everybody, including the cabinet, the teachers, every employee who had to step up. Emergencies happen. We have to be flexible, we have to be considerate. I also agree that working 3 people in a lactating room or those kinds of things. I was getting text messages and pictures from teachers, and it broke my heart because I felt, how can you take a bad situation and make it worse? I feel like every emergency situation is different, but getting that quickly, getting that MOU quickly, getting it to where everybody is doing the best with what we have been dealt with. So thank you to the people that reacted quickly. I know people were out on sites even after this weekend and being updated on it. So I appreciate all of you and the extra effort that everybody's doing.
I did, one thing that was mentioned that kind of shocked me, I don't know if it's true or not, something about seniors cannot take CTE classes or not allowed to enroll in them?
I can provide more information, I need to look into it.
Okay, because that's insane, if that's the case. Okay, any other comments? Need a motion to? Okay,
The previous board meeting, I know I made a comment during this time. Is that okay?
It's Mr. Knackstead's meeting.
What do you, okay, go ahead. We're late now anyway, so.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just would like to say thank you guys for talking about McNair. It's been a real struggle. Like, how could we make a worse situation already even worse? Like, there was an instance where and we were all in class and all we heard was the sound of a drill because there was a new picture being put up, which I love it. I love that picture, but the timing of it, I just don't get it. And
That's your picture, isn't it?
no, it's not my picture.
It's the one on the other side of this wall, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not my picture, but I love the picture of the other student representative that got put up. Just, I don't know, really. I was talking to my friends about it and we were just saying how it brought us all back to the 2020 COVID distance learning as not only taking a toll on us mentally a little bit, but educationally too. We feel like it's put us back a little bit. Like, teachers are not really there to, you gotta do this, you gotta stay on top of it. And we're kids, we're, really at the end of the day. And I just would like to touch base on the communication. Dr. Ball, you had mentioned how Superintendent Young has been communicating very well with you guys. The students and staff at McNair, we have not received a lot of communication. All we've received was our daily email that we've been getting from our teachers saying, oh, we'll be out for another day, we'll be out for another day, we'll be out for another day. And students and teachers are coming to me, have you heard anything? I haven't heard anything, and I struggle with not being able to provide them with any information or point them in a direction where they can go and ask this person. Every teacher I've asked has told me, well, we don't know either. Our administration hasn't told us anything. We haven't heard anything, so I can't tell you anything, Joseph. Or to the other students that I've asked. We've been left in the dark. If there's any way that going forward the rest of this week, hopefully our power will be back next week, but going forward, if there can be better communication with our teachers and staff, and not just them, but also the students. And parents too, yeah, and parents. I've been asking my mom too. She's like, I don't know, I haven't heard anything. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Need a motion to second?
No. Yeah, you guys second, yeah?
Okay. We're adjourned then. Oh, okay, all in favor?
You need someone to make a motion.
No, we did.
Oh, okay.
Carl Porter.
We presented an MOU.
Joseph, we put every message we put out on the website, and we sent a bunch of messages out to parents, staff, to everyone. So I'd be happy to send you all the correspondence. Yeah, I would love that. You need to.
It's the motivation
I find like this is